How's it going? Oof. Excuse me. Hello. I'm hanging in there. What's up with you? I'm drinking wine that I'm not sure if I like yet, and existing. Been vibing. That's good. What is this song? Dr. Chill. Oh. My mic was kind of far away from me. Hopefully that helps. If not, I can turn my mic up, but I also don't want to peak it. So I'm talking sort of quietly because I'm just starting, but I'll probably start screaming at some point with this fucking game. In a long distance relationship with Mike, I'm a commercial. Fucking Twitch and its fucking commercials. I can't. I was gonna pick up my mic and talk real close to it, but I can't get it. I can't get it any closer to myself. And also, probably tugging on the wire is not a great auditory experience. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Woo! Okay, I thought I rolled something over something. No, that's graphics card. That doesn't. Sorry, I'm. Okay. I think the things are done. Invasion looks dope. Is that the Marvel thingy mabobber? So why do I look so gray? I don't look gray on that. Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I have image. Okay, that's it. That's better. I had my monitor on the wrong color setting. I don't know when I did that. Invasion. I'm losing it today. I mean, not that I'm not losing it every single week, but okay, whatever. We're just... Sorry, didn't mean to smack you. We're just vibing. I'll refill my beverage. And vibe. Fill it up not directly on top of the mic this time, but I am going to drip it all over my desk. again, we're having a day, TM. But we're not, we are going to attempt to finish Ace Attorney Adventures, or whatever the fuck this game is called. This first game. And then, next week, we're either going to actually finish this game, or we're going to start The Evil Within 2, or we're going to play Palia, and I'm going to leave it to a Twitter vote to decide on that. But we are going to knock another one of these goddamn games off my list. And I'm so excited. It's going to be great. And you know what? I'm going to launch Yield Game and dive into her. We have you gonna load? Are you gonna load? Yes? Yes. Hello, Capcom. I meant to look up something. Wait. There it goes. Let me look this up before I forget. Okay. The music in these games is so good. Has the background been changing every time? I think it has. And I just did not notice until now. As we are in a hospital room. Sholmes' hospital room. My little guy. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Oh, I forgot she left us. I'm so sad. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey. There she is. Oh, God. Do I remember how to do her voice? I don't think I do. Good morning, Gina. It's a very bad Cockney accent. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Oh, God. She looks mean. She is, she's, I want to say, like, 17. So maybe not waifu. 17, yes. So not waifu. She is, like a pickpocket, a thief, a kid who lives on the street. Abort. Yeah. So where's your friend then? Oh, how do I do her voice? I don't know. I'll get it eventually. Sorry. You know, or in a fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You can never tell what these Japanese are. I will say, these games sometimes have questionable age differences in relationships. So, like, I question these games' decisions sometimes. But this is, no, she's 17. She's adorable. Yeah. Some of the age differences in the fucking original trilogy, this is gross. Oh, hello, Lady Moo. Come here, baby. Come here. Hi, sweetheart. What's that? What do you see? Come here. Come say hi. Come here, baby girl. Don't run away from me. No, baby. You're crazy. Come here. What's this? Oh, bye. I want to just shut. Okay. Come here. Come here. Come here. What do I got? I'm gonna lure her over. Attempt. Do I have a tissue? Do you want to eat the tissue? She's like, I know what you're doing. Goodbye. I got her. I got her. Say hello, baby girl. I know you did not want to come in here. Yes, you're my baby. My big fluffy baby. I know. Mwah. Mwah. Thank you. Okay. Okay, be free. Thanks for the visit. Sorry I lured you with the false promise of eating a tissue. Anyway. You alright with that, are you? Oh my god, that's not it. Hello? You just gonna keep coming over here? Okay. You're allowed out. Did the door close over too much for you? Some of your delicate sensitivities? Okay, goodbye. I'm closing the door now. She's a baby. A child. Anyway. Okay. Oh. Hello, Governor. I know I do her voice. You alright with that, are you? That's kind of her voice. Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Mr. Sato and I won't meet again one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. The trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Oh, it's you! Good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Jenny? Did you manage to sleep? Wagga hi. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? A kitty cat. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do. Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Now, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. All right then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and the train isn't delayed on the way to the port.
Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
I couldn't give a monkey's, really. Only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, this trial made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See?
Tisk. How'd you like that? How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering up your face.
Don't worry, Bruno will show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged diver as dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you.
Oh my god, hiccups.
How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper, okay. Am I gonna have to examine that?
Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and engagement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Should get the Pokemon community game for Twitch chat when I get the chance. I'll have to look into that. Oh yeah, Iris.
Yes, Jenny?
Well, I was wondering, is all about Sholmes. They fix him up all right. She looks so serious.
Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
Oh, Iris. Did I see that? I think I did. I did. Yes, I did. I keep forgetting that Snapchat. You look at it and it goes away. And I was having like a bad brain week, and I would open the Snapchats and then I would not pay attention to what they said, and then I would close them, and then I would realize that I didn't understand a single thing that was being written. So that's where I'm at this week. Hopefully my brain figures its shit out by Monday, because I start my fucking new class this week. You know, you didn't do anything. I was just non-functional this week. Oh my god, it's hot in here.
I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Suzaru-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Bruno.
Can't believe we're bringing a 10-year-old as our right-hand man. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Gina. Cause of a jump scare. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Oh, it's that, period. I thought he was gonna say more. Suma. Is that old guy's back on the stand, but now he's wearing a doctor's suit? What is happening? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh God, the prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Still got this deer in headlights eyes. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? I mean, he's got that look about him. Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. I can hear Minnie howling downstairs. There are 2 types of people I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. Philanthropy. So I'm on a basement yard bit.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you, Iris. Agnes McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the far... I don't know if you can hear my dog losing her mind. I guess my mom is home. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. So you're just racist. You're just racist. What? Did he really just say that? I mean, I had a feeling he was incredibly racist, but...
He means you now, Bruno.
I actually managed to work that out, too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. I hate this guy. I hate him. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. They've all been in trials before. Every single one. Oh, wait a minute. The guy all the way on the right is the Russian dictator dude. And that Moonface, whatever the fuck is from Garadeb from the last one. Are you ready to hear the evidence played before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant of the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. I'm ready for it.
I don't think he's been on a jury. Actually. But this is just the old man. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
I like her. It's you! Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe,
Or so I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. I don't know about that, dumbass. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Sherlock Sholmes is Sherlock Holmes. But, before he was in the public domain, he lives at 221 Baker Street. It's all Sherlock Holmes, but it's Herlock. Moving on to the finding of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. So from below. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Mike Sherm's character for D&D. I love that. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report. No other signs of trauma. And the crime scene report. His brother was no leg. Oh my god. I now ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only two persons present. The victim, Mr. Windebank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's it then, isn't it? Nothing more to say.
Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway?
She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums of the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. I hate him so much. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. I hate him! The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Signs of a single discharge. This isn't good. No case we ever do is good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno.
I think that's because it has. Oh, Eric, did I ever show you my dice bag? My gigantic dice bag that I made? I forgot it's sitting right next to me. You would appreciate it. Has everything except for my fancy sharp edge dice. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th April this year. So it was like yesterday, wasn't it? It was yesterday. Fucking ads. Oh my god, those are the guys from the shop, for sure. They're the right heights. Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Skulkin, jeez. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him. Oh god. What was... As like a bad Boston accent, wasn't it? Tobias Gregson, a Scotland Yard inspector. That's what it is. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin' Brothers. What are you looking at me for? Don't lump me in with you lot. God blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we going through? Oh, God. It's a road to bruv. Lost contact with him we have. So we scout around every shitty corner of the capital. Then last night we come across you. Very spirited bloke, ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. Very spit of him. So we decided there and then what's we gonna do? We was gonna call you Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, leave me out of it, you two. Sulky Skulkins? And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing on the witness stand. Oh my god. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh my god, he's on a box! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. 'Cause a skulkin's never skulkin'. Get out of it. Oh, God. He looks like a pug, the small one. Like the way his hair flops. Like little ears. Legal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and a gaff's door was ajar, see?
It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, our core blind me love me. We had a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
No, because we ran into you and you shot Sholmes.
A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. No, it's not. How about the blood on the calendar? The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now. Of course. Counsel, if you please.
I do please.
Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Runo?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah. I do love the stained glass swords.
I was walking down Baker Street the small hours and the gas store was ajar, see?
What do I have in my shit? Okay. Pawnbroker's ticket from the pawnbroker owned by the victim. Oh, okay. I got two of those, and that's what's confusing. This is the one that so this is the one for the coat, and this is a different one that I don't remember. Her paperwork so we can represent them. The blood samples, important. The unpublished manuscript. The Gilded's case notes from Susato. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th testimony resulted in acquittal. Okay, thank you, Susato. That's not that much, but it's fine.
Pawnbroker perishes in purse pick plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver as Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps.
Protects planet?
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. There's a sensational story lower in the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would someone be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo?
No, of course not. I wonder... Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post in the morning. At the moment.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I at least did that. The autopsy report, the photo, the crime scene. Okay. We're just gonna press. The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this?
Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky?
How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town.
Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker?
Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was.
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't it, Dave Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it?
It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't, like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. But it's to a bloke what looked just like our bruv.
I've got ice in my mouth and I don't want it. I said, cut it out. I'm not doing this voice because I can't get it in those short lines. Those chips are getting a chomping today. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that?
Yup, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windibank always used to say you only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon.
Yes, my lord. My lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. What about the fucking blood on the shit? Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is really having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all that.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see what they might help, if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Deepany's friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
We never done nothing, Governor. We took nothing.
You didn't do or didn't take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull out me dukes
Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy lockets.
With no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say?
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me Lucy lockets.
So, you'd clearly like us to believe.
Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, you did not run into anyone else. And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway.
It was.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes.
They shot the great Mr. Sholmes.
I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital.
The great Sholmes, that's beyond the pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Yeah. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. I hate when he says that. Yes. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Because Herlock was shot. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. The court demands all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows they were unloaded a firearm? I don't fucking know. The blood? The blood. Yes. The blood evidence. Take that! Oh, the music didn't stop. The evidence is in this portfolio.
What? What on earth have you there, counsel?
Okay, we're doing good. During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
You claim to have the evidence this court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying, then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
This one.
What is that? Explain.
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbroker on the day of the incident. Hi, Izzy. You're late. It's okay. We're in the beginning of the first case. Don't even worry about it.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windabag's calendar. All you missed is the first testimony of the goons, the goon squad, who shot Sholmes. Now we're proving that they shot Sholmes. The date shows being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. Yes, Skulkins. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from the gun in the pawnbrokers that night. I love you standing on a box. I love it. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? He looks like he's always, like, furrowing his brow. It's just the scar, but he always looks like he's like this. You might have, but I saw the calendar as well on my own. It was like one of the first things I noticed. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objections. Is the text bigger than normal? No, I guess not. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. Why is giving a box to every one of your messages? Oh, I missed.
Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup.
Hold on, what did he say? And like the bold baddies they claimed to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. Oh god. Scrolling is making him...
We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details.
Planning on making a great Ace Attorney fan game? Hell yeah! Oh, that's gonna be great. That's super cool.
Tell him, Skulky. Set the blow straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. I mean, I never said that they were the ones who did it, but in other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it.
That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it.
Look at those smiles. Oh my god.
We didn't, Ash. We didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas?
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
More wine. If I'm going to be doing these voices, I need more wine. Cracks you up. Your brother says something on the tangent. You're good. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. There's that dog! As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the plan in the court and the plan of the premises, the respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities on one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. It's the guy that you are in love with from the last one. Eggman. Egg Boy. Egbert. Whatever the fuck his name was. That's my guess. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stands were not caught on camera.
There's a bit of fried tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulkin'.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just got 1. Just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Miss Gina Lestrade? Ugh, I keep forgetting that that's not what I wanted. Forgetting if I use my scroll wheel, it moves the text. As the case can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. There's that dog. I just keep staring at that dog. I judge thee guilty of being a licker of knives. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Ugh.
I don't believe it. Ginny!
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. I say, my lord. Is it Herlock? No, it's him. Oh god, it's Garadeb. Wonder if I wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Oh god, what? That's not his voice. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet in the knee in the Battle of my wand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Okay. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chap. I'm fucking up the voices. So, oh my god. Of course, a metal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us in the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Form. Yes, Mr. Foreman. And what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. Battle my daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading a small squadron, 6 men and all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. Alright, what is your point, Garadeb? I mean, I assume it's just one of the devs' dogs. Like, doesn't mean it's dead. I mean, this game came out a couple years ago, so, like, anything's possible. But I assume it's just one of the developer's dogs. I am sweating. Why is it so warm in here? Sorry while I heat flash. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury has reached agreement, have they? I'm not done, bitch! Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. This is the Gyaradev Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions, too.
I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leading in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
She's 17. And she didn't murder him. I know it. It does appear that the jury is unanimous in this leanings already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Gina is allowed to kill people. Through wages. You're gonna swoop off to play some... Okay, enjoy, have fun. Hope you have some good games.
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Will you each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty? Why is it giving you this, like, returning chatter badge every time? You don't need it. I know that you're returning chatter. Where? Didn't give this to you last week. Returning chatter. I'm gonna turn that off. Because it's very distracting. No, not you, Eric. Izzy. Which is also weird, because it's... You are also returning chatter. I don't know what Twitch is doing. It's not... It doesn't show it on stream. It just shows it on my end, but...
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeen. Tien.
As the household maid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you'll find if you look at a photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. You're special like that.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Yeah, what are you doing here? Like, sir. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked him inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hand the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action in the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. You had kind of Morse code jurors gossiping. Yeah.
Oh dear, at least cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation, which we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Happily. All the evidence clearly points to the young pickpocketer. As a housemaid, she'd like to see all filthy eyesores eliminated. I think you'll find, if you look at the photograph, the truth will pop out. I've left in there, it should be repercussions by now. Mine made up. Okay. Convinced the brothers are innocent. Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
Maid's work is never done, and a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-pursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps?
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated.
Jesus.
Ugh.
Just killed a bug on my computer screen. Convo back and forth is like, this chick should totally stop. Guilty. These witnesses are weird as hell. Stop. Focus on the trials, for fuck's sake. Stop.
At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes? A maid?
Really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Holmes, not Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement.
All right. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Okay. This statement and this statement are about the brothers. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good Lord! Counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement? Contradictory?
Contradict. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. ABD. Sir. Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not a native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Mr. Dictator man. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot a detective. Da, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong. That poor mouse, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. With own eyes. We must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print shows the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop. Is this one? Following this, the victim and the accused move into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers enter the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. The lamp is broken.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Does seem to be the case. I need them side by side. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. I need them next to each other. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now, I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial.
Yay! Well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Post-shooting photograph is entered to the court record. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. I would love to, my man. Well, the stuff has shifted slightly, and the lamp is broken. Doll? Oh, if I could put it in a stereoscope. That's why they're slightly different. The stereoscope. I'm sure I can borrow one from that. Let me press that. In the lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. Did you operate on shelves, maybe? Okay, I would like to press you. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Never gets old seeing two prints emerge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. The height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. I wanted to borrow his shit. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no. They're barbers. Even though me and my kind are a forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it you think you've left behind?
Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. See, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not. You say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? And that's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. Seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. Okay. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid upon the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
You are well informed, young lady. Hee hee. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airways and four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmospheric electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Oh. Yeah. Juror number 3? Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but...
What?
Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think you just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3 dimensions. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon. I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Just obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. You had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope. It could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before. That's what I was trying to get at earlier. Absolutely, I do have prints. How about this print here? Should do the trick, I think. Alright, then juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Give me just one more print and I'll amaze you all. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? I do. Yes. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Yeah, I get it. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together, inside your head, it notices a shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly.
It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then?
No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway.
Oh!
Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have!
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on.
I mean, the glass is broken, obviously. The lamp is broken.
Can you see the really obvious difference?
Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions.
I couldn't do this last time. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do it again. It just hurts. I don't know how far away from the screen I should be. It just makes my eyes blurry when I do that. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. I'm not doing that. Thank you so much. I know they're giving me time to do it. No, it hurts. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. I wish they would just do it for me. Just do it.
Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno?
Ugh. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some things in the counter sort of jump out at you. Yeah, that moved. Okay.
Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes.
Other amazing power?
Something going to explain this black magic, eh? I'm going to tie my hair up because I'm sweating. And maybe this will make it stop. As much as I think as I look better with my hair down when I have these big giant headphones on. But I'm sweating like a pig. Come on, go. Ugh. Come on, get in there. Ow.
He does look silly.
Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, huh?
I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question.
basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally.
Okay. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yes, there must have been.
Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Bruno, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have been shifted slightly in the interim. So that means
that someone in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Suckers.
Someone tampered. I can't get this guy voice. New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know the items on the countertop are moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who was responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. The brothers. It must be. One of these dumbasses. I don't know. The short one. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait. This does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says dukes means hands, and Lucy Lockets means pockets. But this is another lie. Is this another lie? Is this what you are saying?
Yes, I am afraid so.
Now hold on a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing... Use his shit right back at him, Rinosuke. As my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Oh, you just headbutted it! I didn't notice that the first time. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop.
Must purchase after trial. Stop. Or return home via Regent Street. Stop.
Beautiful.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination in conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. To conclusion. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright. Stereoscope has been added to the court record.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Good time for an ad break. Refill my bev, save the game. Let the ad run. Would help if I took the lid off of the bottle. I had carbs for dinner, so I'm not going to get drunk. Unfortunately. Not that I really want to get drunk. I have to run in the morning. Which reminds me I should set an alarm on my phone. Alarm for like 9:30. Oh. Pokemon Sleep is telling me to collect some berries. Let's do that really fast.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings.
Let me collect my berries from Pikachu really fast. Feed my Snorlax. I'm gonna have a bad sleep score tonight, but it's okay. Alright. I'll feed him dinner when I go to bed.
Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did.
And Mr. Skulkin.
Court blimey.
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks.
Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out from me Lucy lockets.
Their voices have changed, and I just don't care. I'm so sorry. I think I need to flip my camera. Yeah. Let me do a little webcam mirroring. How do I do that? I feel like I had it pointing the right way, and then at some point, it changed itself. I really hate this webcam. And it hates me in turn. That's not it. Why does it have an option to flip vertically, but not flip horizontally? Alright, whatever. I don't fucking care. I'll figure it out for the next week. However, that was a lie. Okay, would it help if I'm clicked into the game? You brothers. On the night in question, you rifle through the items on the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We blab, we squeak, we'll preach.
Oh god, that could have been bad.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy. Hi, Cody. Thank you for the 30-month resub. Why is this man talking about lips? He's freaking me out. Oh, that they're blabbing? Is that where you're talking about them? My brain has deleted that information already, apparently.
Alright, we did knock a few of them over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, we see, made both of us jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lucky it didn't have given me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door to get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. He couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
You say these guys need to do something about their lips? So you admit the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Okay. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. So help me God. But we were rifling for nothing. We weren't rifling for nothing. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we submitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only laid ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. You just finished... Oh my god. Cody, I thought that said, for a moment, just finished rimming my tomatoes, and I didn't want to know what that meant. Looking like they're about to start producing a bunch of fruit. We have so many, tomato fruit on the vine, and all of them are green. They're all gonna turn red at the same time. It's gonna suck. I'm having a good night. We're gonna solve this case. We're already on part 2.
Well, that's rotten luck.
That's not their voice. I don't know want to know what that means either. Yeah. It says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up.
The annoyance in his eyes.
Sorry.
Wish we heard the gunshot. See, you made a boat jump and the stuff went flying. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter.
Well, shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on.
Oh my god, I'm losing it.
Look, it was loud, all right. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. And knocked over a load of books, candlesticks, some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, and what knocked him scales on the floor.
You've really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket, me granny would have been scared out back into her grave at a clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
And then some. I mean, it was
quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam. Gregson, you got something to say? How do I look? I always forget the button to look around. Oh my god, look at him go at it. Oh my god, it's a magically refreshing fish. I'm enjoying watching him do this. Okay. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No, something to add about their testimony? You seem to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I won't even bother to mention it, only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's going on in your mind? Is doing cocoa melon shit? What?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
Might have, Gov, might have. Does it ring a bell now that you mention it?
Going back and forth between these two accents, not good. Not good.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feel like you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony yet, fellas?
If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Okay. So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously?
We did, Gov, we did. Although, suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam.
No.
Kind of thing.
A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank?
On me granny's life, course it was. Oh, it's a granny's life, course it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Eggman is the other brother. I need a drink. How did that happen? They're doing the same dancey thing. It's gotta be. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. It was Case in the joint.
That would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas?
Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Well, you don't have to be brother to be blood. Maybe it's a threesome. Anyway.
Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke and all the fancy clobberings giving us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life it is. On its granny's life it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after, like, good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
I mean, he wasn't holding the gun. That's, no. Not the button I wanted to press. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun. You fired a gun from your own gun. Stop prepping dinner for a second. Did I say? Yes, I did in fact say that these guys had a threesome, Cody. At Mr. Herlog's Sholmes. I also said, whereupon you fired a gun from your own gun. So, I'm speaking just great tonight.
Oh, it was a bit hasty there. It was, Nash, it was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note made, man, miss.
Made a man miss? I'm batting 1,000 tonight.
After we laid it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something. So they clapped the derbies on us like winking.
Maybe don't have like permanent burglar's masks on your face. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it done it, eh?
Okay. And why should we believe that?
What? Well, 'cause it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused, who had a gun to his head.
In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct?
You got it, mister. Down to a T.
Oh my god. Their smiles are adorable, but they're weird. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'd probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I've no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movements of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about his testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Oh, I'm so sweaty. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old. I must be 5. You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? With two of them waving guns at each other, must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot?
Was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam!
That doesn't make sense.
Kind of thing.
Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Let me have a fright. Ugh. I don't fucking know. Just gonna press these again. So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not in your life. It went deadly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way it was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps?
Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard.
Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with a gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to.
Took everything back where we found it, straight into him in the black. And we scarpered straight into him in the black. Couldn't have shut the pawnbroker, didn't we?
Okay, I that's not what I wanted. I want to present the evidence that I was thinking of presenting earlier. Yeah, I understand. We did this already. Yeah, you're adorable. Here we go. Okay. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. Okay. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
I'm sorry. Wrong photo. So you're saying, right idea, wrong photo. On the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that, yeah.
That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
There could be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene.
Not only was identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that Maltooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Eh?
If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness' portrayal of the final moment? I mean, he was shot in the fucking back. The picture that I literally just showed you. Or the fucking autopsy report. According to their testimony, the witness claims to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, is so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin.
But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. He thought with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun.
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is, you weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
I don't understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies.
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us.
He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up. But he'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well, do we have to?
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Counter with the victim.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
They just have the same voice now, I don't care.
For no geese, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Well,
we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
these guys make Red White look like Honest Abe. You're right, they do. They are idiots.
Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Looks so intense.
Ooh. Nice back cracking. I'm so warm. I wish I had put on, like, shorts before this. I'm just gonna sit like a weirdo with bad posture and all. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank?
Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbrokery's storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where it popped up from. The only place it could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premises.
Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well.
That doesn't make sense, does it? If Ginny had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What that, Molly?
Well, Tula, couldn't tell ya.
No way, Copper. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Give me that gun, he bellowed, and he flew at us like he was possessed.
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted these words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling from the other side of the storeroom.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barrel he had, pointing straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at the time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. Was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
We were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean,
for an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox, chucking me over the counter. Well, you're pretty short, so. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, some skull, whatnot. They got tangled in some marionette, was knocked over a picture frame, was knocked them scales on the floor.
So, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things over the counter.
Well, big brother here went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
The time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Pulled me gun on him, and he legged it through the door back into the room. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank?
Nah, never. I was just, looking out for me bruv, wasn't I? 'Cause he was being flattened, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, I'm looking away from the game. This is so annoying. Sure, this is slightly better. If my camera would focus on my goddamn face. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through that door and shutting himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and me brother. We had nothing to do with killing him, boo.
You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from inside. We know it was 'cause we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
But would indeed appear so. Excuse me. What say you that, counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? There could have been, I assume. It's always that kind of answer. Mr. or Mr. Skulkin.
What? What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did?
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank, and it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. There was a secret door revelation. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I wouldn't put it past them. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises.
The victim was killed in the storeroom,
which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums.
2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed, namely, in what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Runo?
I'm not entirely sure. There's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where that person could have fired the gun. Okay. I would guess that they would have shot through the door? So, like here? Defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Like here. Right. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Oh, and Shorty was on the other side, so it could have been the significantly shorter angle. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? I don't think it's Shorty and Bozo, but I don't know who it is, so...
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony...
I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Mr. Windibank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was opened at the time.
Ah!
It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot when he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body in an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key into the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Are we gonna get Gina to testify? Because I would love to hear that.
Very well, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from inside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from inside?
Gina, obviously. She's the only one who was in there. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time, the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. What possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windbag were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windbag must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Okay, but here's the problem with this theory. I love you, Ryunosuke. But here's the problem with this theory. A single round was fired. Like, you know, if one round was fired, that doesn't help. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 chambers.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happens almost as soon as we walked in through Windibank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Yeah, so it can't have been, because it was the gun. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Shady as the dense floor.
That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be finally on your side now.
I know, first time ever. And probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give the verdict of not.
No.
An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing.
You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
Yes, except for the gun thing. I know.
I dare say.
Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjecturing tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly, cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Leave my book downstairs. Sorry, I'm just having a thought. Do you mean to tell me you're unaware of your logic's failings?
I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, or whatever the troops on the ground, eh?
The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets?
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, and the second, which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. I don't like the quotes around his title. Is he an idiot? Yes, but he's my idiot.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Maybe that's not the bullet that hit Sholmes. Maybe that hit somebody else. Like Eggman. Or somebody else. Entirely. We have to get Sholmes' blood. And test it. That's when the rival lawyer inspired romantic tension with the protagonist. I know, me too. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think
that the bullet in the calendar was already there before Sholmes got shot. It's not his blood.
If that single bullet was fired from the brother's gun, hit Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponish street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Herlock, I need you to wake the fuck up and not have a scalpel inside of you and get here and be like, yo, look, dog, they dug the bullet out of me. There's no back exit wound. Also, how would it they've shot in the abdomen and then ended up that high? Anyway, lots of questions. Everything reminds me of him. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks.
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. It's got Egbert's blood on it!
I'll be taking that whatever it is, Mr. McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilda's to be taken in for evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGildick's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. With none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Yeah, exactly. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. Court forgets that fact in its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel. As a grim testament to the defendant's...
Lord Van Zeeks,
Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector?
We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Ugh. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Okay. I would like to... Prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Can I examine it right now?
Oh, Runa, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Ha! Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
It's green!
It's green! What a lovely bright shade again.
Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Blood sample portfolio. Anyway, what were you saying, Dick? There was nothing more to add. What was your point by presenting this anyway? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decision and rest my case. Am I gonna have to do this again? I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo.
My lord.
I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling about a bit in the fog up to now, if truth be told. All of a sudden, the answer's badly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Now I saw that he headbutted it.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ugh, how dare he use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Garadeb Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
I like that he just assumed that that was going to happen. She just went, all right, here we go.
What's a rogue always a rogue, I say, Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay. I have many shootings.
Would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. We have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When it fell apart like a house of cards, I thought I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
I solved your marital problems, sir. You could be a little bit nicer to me. I feel like Russian Assassin makes a pretty good point about Gina.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate in the matter. Cheers and go fuck yourself. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually.
Put the mouse away. Go away. Nobody wants to see that. That's enough preamble. Counsel with the summation examination. Proceed with the course of this.
Yes, my lord. Alright. Who am I gonna fuck up this time? Why are you still Why are you still going on about this fucking operation? Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that this has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hairlich? No, Hairlock? No, Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? You left a scalpel in Herlock Sholmes.
Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb, couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I'd thrown up my hands and just stitched the fellow back up.
And leave a scalpel inside. I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
Counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. No. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes
The bullet the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Ryu. Are you saying you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Ow. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Alright. What's an expert when you need one? Oh, I don't want to defend that man. If he left a scalpel in him, he can be convicted for malpractice. I don't think that was a thing yet in 1902, but especially as a white man. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. What?
Ballistics expert?
Pitting. P-I-T... Oh my god, I can't. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound in his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. They also have trouble since doctors back then were killing folks by amputation. You know. Yes, we did have anesthesia in this case, but most people still died. No organs move? I did know that. They can jumble themselves up. Hello, my name is Violen. Pleased to meet you. This apparently contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. It was running away along mountain road, and I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold.
Golly.
The snow was piling high on side of both roads. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers were hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound.
Then where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to the mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Hmm?
The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. Lord Van Zeeks? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed, as I understand it, not as I understand it, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wounds.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought it was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the items in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes's pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes's pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injuries.
This bullet did not penetrate the victim. Did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop. I mean, that still doesn't explain how that's not Sholmes's blood. A delightfully complex aroma. Vial?
Well, at least...
No. File? It's just like another version of the same word. Would have been the, like, old English way of saying it. File and vial are, I think they might be slightly different, but they are, like, basically the same thing. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this trial. Also, it also just might be the British way of spelling it, because they like to spell things in dumb ways. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. They don't! You asshole.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Sholmes's pouch entered the court record. I would like to examine that.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter... No.
I'm not struggling. There she is! The bullet! It's really scorched badly just here.
Oh, the strap is broken. Look.
This must be where the bullet hit, then.
Let me see.
What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it?
That's the Skulkin brothers' bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit this pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is There will be 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. There were.
We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
Time to press that juror again, I think. Beautiful. Amazing. Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Rainosuke. Still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Alright, where's that one talking about? Is the number of bullets that has you convinced?
Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police.
I think Joan did it. I agree.
When the parlor maid asks how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes.
sometimes after dinner, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So, I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Ba, 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 ba. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes's pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes's waist before he was taken to hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shots fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
That makes no sense whatsoever. We already know where the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. Clearly visible in this photographic print.
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
The examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene, and until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Look at him in those Nike slides.
While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative of the situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand once more. Witnesses. Witnesses.
Governor?
Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it.
Is it one of yours?
Go blimey, Gov, go blimey. Not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Eh? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
Well, you said the 3 of you earlier. How soon we forget poor Sulky? Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
That's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice, they had another gun, it's nothing to do with them. I don't like any of these answers. I don't know, they had a secret accomplice. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with the third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun. I mean, that's not a lie, that's true. There had to have been somebody else there. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time there has been not a murmur of a third man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Okay. The blood. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel,
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even in response to the prosecution's demands, my lord. The defense is ready to present. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? The blood. The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Is this one? Mean.
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
The great detective? New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes. Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
A striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could that be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering any gunshot injuries, which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. Whose identity? The court is still waiting to hear. I can't delay this. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Eggman! Egg boy! The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windebag's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker. Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes, sir.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What you try and pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music disc, box disc too. It is the same dance. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. It's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Wynn to beg for a print showing the fella. Take it from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
Never seen the geezer before in my life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprising, if it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Japanese friend's actual assertion, which is that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof of the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph and this filthy criminal you say he is.
This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something like this has been missing in the trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. How are we going to link all of this to McGilded?
You ready to present your evidence to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photograph print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. I mean, it's this again, right? Or is it going to be... Yeah. The proof is right here, in this portfolio.
Good gracious, counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed?
I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend, but... Enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks.
Just when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
Excuse me. But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say,
It's green!
it's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
I think that was that 5. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
There was someone else there.
Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets.
Oi, who you talking about? It's boiling here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
Would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by that fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world could turn the same color. Well, him and his stupid foot. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Does he think Mr. Sholmes isn't real? It feels like he thinks that Sholmes is a fictional character and not actually a person. Even though we've been talking about him the whole time. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by an official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief, what did you just say, young girl?
In a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
Through that shrewd precis of the situation from an earlier unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Look at him headbutt it. It's great. This is amazing.
2 called guilty, 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Asshole. You deserve that, bitch.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that would be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who is this?
Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5?
What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Me, ma'am? That was Southern. What the fuck?
I wonder if you might show the photograph I printed to me again. This one the gentleman has shown.
Right, yes. This one you mean, Mr. Benedict.
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5? You don't mean to say. You know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No. Good gracious!
Santa Claus is... I'm so glad Iris called him Father Christmas as well. Me and her. Same wavelength.
Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see,
the gentleman in the photograph is. Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
Oh, look at those sparkling eyes.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station right now. Stop. Tapping away in the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right now, somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery at the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord. What the fuck was that?
Yes, sir, my lord.
I don't know what voices are coming out of my face anymore.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Adjourned? Adjourned? Adjourned. 2 more parts. We're halfway. I love to save my progress. Thank you. She better not have been gossiping to Benedict. Then he would know what he was coming into. I want that man coming in blind. Completely unawares. Finish off this bottle of vino so I can throw it away. I did save.
Old Bailey.
Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? That wasn't the right voice. Whatever.
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture?
You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone could see it. That's gonna think I did it. Ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely, you got to have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm still innocent. Of course I can.
Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we had dinner that night at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. The Winterbanks place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in the lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbanks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had to know all of that was going to... I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark as you like it in there. So I gave the oil lamp and the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed a gun off the counter and was waving in the air like I don't know what.
Or the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The manuscript. Have you got it here?
Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you?
The story.
I beg your pardon?
That hound, the something or other. If it was here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really bonded here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
Suddenly the old cove unlocked a storeroom door. We both went inside. And it was there all right, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Jenny?
Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arrived on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
The guy forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go in the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. It was right next to the shop room door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got to better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. He passed out. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, fucking people putting off fireworks. I don't remember nothing. Oh, Minnie. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. My puppy.
It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just try to stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what?
You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Ginny.
Mr. Naruto? Yes? How come you trust me? I just don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him. Even though he was a killer. Killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, I don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working for another killer, to get another killer off the hook for all you know. Oh my god. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh my god. Am I having a stroke?
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh, there he is. Reinosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. Kazuma! I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking.
Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong, Kazuma. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. They're soulmates. He's dead. That's then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh?
That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Mr. Naruto, Oh.
Fettuccine Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please enter the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all of your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. You're watching over me too, partner. I'm gonna throw up.
Hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Seeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, subpoenaed witness has just arrived at the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court subpoena to such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, I am an upstanding member of London society. It is my pleasure to oblige.
Wife spotted. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, communications officer. I don't feel like that's also his name either.
Mr. Graydon and I work at Central London's communication station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about.
You were apprised of the situation by court officers on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was.
Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. and some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh my god. Gladly, my lord, gladly. I'm glad you love him so much, because he is so aggressively not my type. I'm glad he's someone's. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusations. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, some small consolation at least. Perfect example. Lots of confidence, tall, pretty suit and white, blonde, skinny, awful mental state, and tragic backstory. It's all my points. My boy, you might need some help. you might. I appreciate those points, but oh boy, all of them together? That is quite the combination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. I'm an unironic light Yagami stan? That says so much. It says so much. Oh my god. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it. Throw that shit on the floor, Ryu. Suggesting you conclude with the thugs. No intention to admitting such a thing. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How could you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. Even so, you are unable to bring yourself to say great... Even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tusk. Now we are in the realm of fairy tales, are we? You got something to say, my man?
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Scully. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I didn't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he ever waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wounds again, is all. That's all.
What wounds?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, else bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. Oh, I'll stop. I'll pause. Only 43 seconds. I'll wait. Stupid ads. There's too many of them. We will chill. Thank you everybody who retweeted the stream. I appreciate it. Check my email with the last 15 seconds. It's all trash. Thank you for that garbage, Twitch. Alright. Are we back? We good? I paused. All you missed is that he's been shot. And now we're accusing him of having been shot. Because Nash is a bumbling idiot. My lord?
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'll allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I am completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
I've never had anything to do with pawnbrokering establishment. That is a blatant lie. You want to be the court of... I'm so glad that's your fantasy. What a great fantasy to have. Never had anything to do with it. We all write our own fan fictions in our head. You forget I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I am currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, What a bad liar. Thank you, Gregson. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Come again, Sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, the accused, were all present, as I recall.
And at the time, this witness, Mr. Gradam, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must.
I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
I mean, you used that picture to find him, so... Exactly, which proves that Mr. Gradam was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. You kind of did, but I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Gradam might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information from a valuable weapon. Yeah, what do I got? Okay. This is a ticket. This is the second ticket. But here, got nothing to tie him to that. No. We're not allowed to use these anymore, apparently. No. No, because that has Mason's blood on it. Matilda's notes. Today's paper. No. Stereoscope. I think the disc. Because that's what he fucking wanted. We probably need to do it on that last statement. Bottom line is oh, that was the wrong one. Oh, fuck me. Alright, let's click through this real fast because I goofed it. I fucking goofed it. Present. Let's present the correct thing this time. Not be a dumbass. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Gradam? Why? Is that supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Gradam? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this spear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I am quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. No, it has everything to do, I assume, because you said there's a second one. And so you want to go back and get the second one, and then you killed him. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Not true. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Grayson here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared at that afternoon Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. A note from McGilded was stolen by me. Proceeded to explain this was taken by the police. In other words, I had no reason to break into that shop later that night. I don't know. Just gonna go from the beginning. Yeah, why? Why? Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in the area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in your pocket in the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGillard had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for time being. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the salubrious areas for her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. I'm starting to hurt my head. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawn shop that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilde's disc. My learned friend is a very veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue my testimony for what possible use it can be. Proceeded at once to the shop. I don't care about that statement, honestly. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. It was that very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection with Mr. McGilded as evidence. Oh yeah, are you? Excuse me. Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilde's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side, too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out what we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. If what I need from him... I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. This is... Ticket box. Ticket coat. So this is the one he came in for. I don't think it has anything to do with any of the rest of this, but... Excuse me. I think it's this. He would have wanted to come back for the box, but it was already on display. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the I keep calling it a prawn brokery. Again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What?
Mr. McGilden had another article in
at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh my god, I won't stop.
The second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you saying I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it?
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Windibanks pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. 1 box is going to have moved, and he's taken the contents out of it. Yes, sir. What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Are these red-headed recorders again?
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automated cameras on 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 9th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
The music box, dead center.
And then here we have another print.
That box is moved.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare.
Oh no, it's the box in the bottom right corner. It's been moved.
I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider the theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. Yes, the one that you liked. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Well, then your men are idiots. I can tell already. Counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the odds conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Well, that's not the thing to be looking for, dumbass. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ryu, you're not wrong. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawned box. He didn't steal the box, he stole the contents. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. They're not.
What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact on the night in question nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy between the... Yes. Point out a discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the locations in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, thank you for doing it for me. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Oh, I could have presented the stereoscope. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in the photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But that doesn't the fact that it was moved change things? It changes everything. It fucking stole the contents. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. I appreciate that this judge is actually intelligent. Like, he falls for some of the stupid shit, but also he fights against the prosecution's blatant bullshit. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. So that's the end of part 3. No, we have more testimony and some other shit. More cross-examinations. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
It does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Goodness, Mr. McGilda was rich enough.
Can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of it.
Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now, I did the wrong voice, to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by its fine citizens could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all of that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it you were always saying, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilda deposited with Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I think we have to have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant?
To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibank and Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has some information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting.
I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
prosecution accepts the defense's proposal, I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
Alright, Gina. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which we heard in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, I remember this young lady being brought to me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Now here we are all again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nibonese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running alongside London's winter streets. Not alongside. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person. Is it his dad? Mr. McGilded. He's also blonde. With long eyelashes. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean,
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now.
Iris?
We're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess, I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Pigeon-coded? Jesus.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tint to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I heard or seen.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Miss McGilda's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I was running off of the information I was given. And then I also said at the end that I didn't think that he was innocent. You're wrong, the lawyer. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. I really expected to believe that.
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
What do you want from me? I just was going off of the information I had.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Just gonna press everything. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilda and the victim acquaintances?
I dunno. But I did hear him talk a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, it got louder and louder, sounding like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I dunno, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish.
Then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I live and that. He asked about me being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Where's the two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck? There were two gentlemen occupying the seats, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I was started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. Buca de Beppo.
What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. So McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run. Oops. My mortal enemy. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than what Mr. Windibanks was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery.
The driver was looking pretty happy about when McGilda flashed some brash in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog truck called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one.
Threatened you how, exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp it if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from a pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said if he didn't show up to get a ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Denise really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
Did I not just do that? I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
It is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Sorry. I'm not sure if I'm completely comfortable with that, and I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hey y'all, what you doing? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Blimey, try and give me a heart attack. What is his voice? I never know. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella. Pull the other one. Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this?
I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. Believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
Would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force. At the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got 'em? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue.
But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. Oh God, I'm being blinded. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. One more act. We're gonna have a long stream tonight. We're gonna finish this fucking game. So I imagine that, oh yeah, this last case. Oh, this last part's real fucking long. Should I do it tonight? This is probably gonna take forever. It's got 10 parts. The other ones have had, well, they've had 8 parts. My 4.5 hours. If I try to finish it tonight, I'm gonna be up late, which is okay. If I just make sure I save it because I'll cry if I don't. If I put it off and do it next week, then afterwards we'll play Palia. And then the week after will be when we start The Evil Within. the start of September. That's not what I wanted you to do. This feels like it's going to be like 2 hours in and of itself. I don't really want to be playing games for another 2 hours. So maybe I'll do it next week. I just don't want to be stuck in the middle of it. It is a lot, it seems. And then it's going to be like the end of the game. All right. I think I'm going to call it there for now. For tonight. Because it's just kind of a lot. No, I don't want to see this. I don't want to Thank you. I don't want to see it. Don't save. Yes, I don't want you to save me having looked at that. There we go. Alright. That'll be it for tonight. Because it's going to be too long. I don't want to be up super, super late. Because I do have to go run in the morning. Unfortunately. So, that will be it tonight. That means the plan for next week is finish the last part of the game. And then celebrate. And we'll probably play Palia. And then first week of September is when we will begin horror spooky stuff, which I think works. Can you focus on me? Hello. There we go. That's great. I love this game. It's so good. I'm excited to see how this case ends. I had a feeling I wasn't going to get through all of it tonight, but like, one can dream. But I know that even with the case wraps up, there's going to be a ton of story wrap-up stuff they're going to have to do. So it's fine. We're going to finish it next week and it'll be great. So anyway, that is going to do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You're the best. I love you all very much. So yeah, I hope you guys all have an amazing, incredible rest of your Friday night and a absolutely fantastic weekend. And I hope I will see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye.